Hello. My captions are functioning. Closing this tab. Hi, Aurora. I am pressing continue game. Not new game, which is the thing I pressed last time. I don't want to start another new save file. I like this one. I need to fuck with cables on my desk more. The cable for my keyboard was under tension where I'd put it. I think I do actually want it closer to me, but tempted to snark at you, but I don't know if I want to finish the thing that was half formed in my head when I did. I do 20 things at once. Okay, sources is the thing I want up. Yeah, I need to get like a different cable for my keyboard, I think, so it has a bit more play to it. But it's had problems with some of my other USB cables. Sometimes that's a problem. The thing is to tell you, Aurora, is I replaced the USB cable on my microphone finally because it's much easier to deal with it with the new desk setup. The cable's no longer like buried under a bunch of other stuff and like also hooked up to an extension. And I got rid of the previous cable that was doing audio fuck up sometimes because it did it again when I was doing audio testing because I moved the mic around. And it's like, right, yeah, I have like 30 of these fuckers. I should just replace it and toss the bad cable so I don't have a future problem. Right, punch cards and being upset at a puzzle. These also the funny thing is I've had the cable that I use here for ages because it's a like braided like blue and white cable, and I bought a bunch. Interesting. I bought a bunch all at once like years back when I just needed more USB cable or micro cables before C had really caught on. And they've kind of fallen out of use because I don't need stuff that does that as much anymore, and it's
Altered item number
A, nice to get to use them again, and B, I guess nice that they're not broken despite being old because they just have been treated well and like not used for a while.
A low voltage electric shock. No response. Next, I will introduce heat via a standard Bunsen burner. No response. Next, a series of solutions will be applied, each with a different value on the pH scale from 0 to 14. No response to any value. Next, I will attempt to communicate. Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? Quack if you can understand my words. No response. This concludes session 2. We'll need time to prepare further tests.
I'm gonna hold on to that for later. I observed most of these podiums are empty. I also think I don't have the full set of punch cards yet. I think I have 3 of presumably 4. But I also need to go back to that room and check, because I don't know. trying to remember how any of this area goes together, because I've already forgotten everything I knew. So where are the terminals? Were they also in this room? Did I just get confused? That's a luck room back there, which has a puzzle I can't solve yet. Synchronicity, there's nothing of oh, I mean, there was stuff of interest. I don't think there's anything new. Can I go through this into something else? Yeah, I still can't do that. It's level 6. Right, and there's nothing up either of these. Look at me remembering stuff. That was a good, really useful loading screen tip, though, because like I played games where that you can do that, you know, Destiny 2 among others, but like I think I hadn't processed that the dash was momentum canceling or fall damage canceling. I'm happy that it is. Why are you just hanging in space here? I know I went this way before, but I can't remember if there was a single room here that I've already been through or actually more stuff of interest. Right, yeah. I can't do anything with that yet. That's... I wish I had like more ability to like mark or do something at the maps. Like there's a bunch of stuff where it's like I should come back to that room later when I have a power, and I'm not gonna fucking remember. And like same with the fact that that one room has a level 6 door and that the luck room has a level 5 door. It's like I am not built in a way that lets me remember these things. I'm just gonna forget most of that. And I don't know. I wish the game made it easier to track that without just like having to fucking get a notepad out, which I don't want to do. That's right. I guess the thing I was about to say, and I guess you've just completed for me, is that having your chat remind you to do things, especially if they're your friends and people who have, and/or people who have played the game before, they can just remind you. But I don't know, I guess I'm glad I can depend on that. I don't know if I like to like having to depend on that. That? No, it's just concrete. Okay.
So, we need to find all the punch cards.
I need to make more symlinks for Steam game screenshot directories because it is a pain to pull up the screenshots for control. Which I knew I was going to have to do for this puzzle, which is why I started taking screenshots, but I still need to have them up on screen for that to be of any use to me. Let's just start with the rubber duck one, I guess. See what happens. So I think I have all the punch cards up. Wait, no. These are 4 item codes. And there are 5 terminals.
Have you checked the upper
Unless,
floor?
wait. I don't need you to tell me about the puzzle right now. I'm trying to think things out. 2, 3, 5... 1. Is there just... did they skip 1 because fuck you? Or am I just not counting correctly? I only see 4 terminals. Unless those are just part of different puzzles and I just have mushed them into my head.
Each punch card should correspond to a terminal.
Please shut up! I don't care. Let me figure it out. I will look around more, Aurora, thank you. Okay, so there's one up here. I hate that they've done the like thing everyone chat on New God of War and then like zero there was some other game recently people complained about that exact thing of just the NPCs like saying maybe you should look around more, maybe you should look around more, or whatever. Not making fun of you. I'm sorry that I'm using the same words, but like just doing stuff like on a loop while the player is still trying to like reason about it is like that shit is obnoxious, and I hate when NPCs do that. It's like, let me just think about it. Okay, so if there are 5 terminals, then probably the code I found in the other room isn't related. But I guess it depends on how information is put into this puzzle. Or at least like pair it with like good like I mean it being dependent upon whether or not you were still would be a bad heuristic for it, but it'd at least be something. Like I'm like actively moving around the space looking at stuff, like things the game could like track or at least guess at, and she's still doing it. It's like, lady, I'm looking at things around the room. Why do you think you need to remind me to? And I hate it. I will try to stop being annoyed about it for long enough to actually solve the fucking puzzle, but...
Altered item number...
Hell yeah, old computer shit. Old, like, lab computer shit. I really liked... I'm figuring it out. I'm doing, I didn't do, like, undergrad or higher level science, like hard science, like chemistry, physics, or whatever, but I was required to do some as part of my undergrad experience. Like, the way my college was set up, you just had to do some. And, like, I kind of treasured, like, the view I got into that. And, like, I had some, fun, like, trying to design experiments and things. Like, I remember, like, fucking around with, like, an oscilloscope and, like, an HDMI cable, like, measuring pin stuff. I think it was VGA is what I did, and like I don't think the experiment I designed and like tested like achieved much of value, but it was nice to like be asked to think in those terms, I guess, and like mess with like an oscilloscope, which I have never had any reason to mess with before or since, and kind of wish I did have a reason to mess with. Like, it's fun. It's good to be made to think in different ways. Like, it was good that my degree made me do that class. I'm gonna take screenshots of all the whiteboards, I think, and ponder them. Yeah. It's always fun when I see people, like, who mess with,
Try different combinations.
oscilloscopes for whatever reason, like, now, because that's... Oh, I think it's just telling me... Okay, so the notes, I think, are just not important at all. I think it's just you look at the ones that are not crossed out and something. Like, I bet this is telling me they're in either position, or that these two are in these two positions, but not necessarily in that order. I am, however, going to take screenshots of all the information they've given me, and look at it. God, this is being hit hard by the texture shit, though. I'm so sorry. Like the random classified stamps. I think these are not related to anything, but I could be wrong. Also, I guess the thing I should keep in mind is the one time I've had a... yeah, the text is fuzzier than it should be, but I'm not too broken up about it. What was I trying to say? The one time I've had to like make a specific shape before, they just like showed me the card when it was relevant. So I imagine like these on the wall are just flavor and like not necessarily trying to teach me anything, which is fine. Okay, let me pull up the pictures then. I'm a little too lazy to set these up in a way that's viewable for the viewers, but whatever. It's not like a huge deal or anything. Jesus, please. Misclicked and knocked something off the screen. Jeez. I'm having a lot of trouble with the default Windows photo app. Trying to shrink multiple windows down so I can just look at them for a second. It's the same picture. Are the same picture. Okay. Otherwise, this is not entertaining viewing at all, but it's a puzzle, and they made me look at a bunch of information, so blame the game developers, not me. Okay. I guess the other variable here is what punch cards I have access to, which, can I see them in here somewhere, or are they just going to show up when I interact with the puzzle? I think just with the puzzle. So, let's see, what can go in 1? So it can't be this one. You can also see one of the ones in the world from this angle, which is interesting. Oh, and that's not one I did not photo. Oh, no, I did. It just looks different at a distance. I see. So it cannot be this one. If I understand the information I have. This one could be first. It seems like. I don't think I have enough information for this position to make any decision yet. Cannot be this one. Cannot be this one. Could be this one. Could be this one. I think. Could be this one. And these two are somewhere between second and third. So maybe I guess locking fourth and fifth first is a better use of my time. Staircase is over here. Oh, I wanted to pull my gun to shoot that camera. Fourth could be this one. So I guess it can't, and these are just excluded. We know these are between second and third. It could be this. I think this cannot be there. It's not any of these three. Or yeah, there's one of them that shows that this can be fourth position, but then another one that shows it cannot. So I guess I'm going to take that to be true. That leaves these outer two as possibilities. I don't think there's any information. Oh yeah, and this one is part of the 2 and 3 set, so that can't be there either. So this could be fourth, and this could be fourth. And this can't be fifth. This one either has to be fourth or first. This one has to be either first or fifth. So let's say this one's fifth. Like this one could be there. This one could be there and could also be... I don't think there's anywhere else this one can be. Oh no, this one could be fourth. Sorry, I just said that. Jeez, I'm losing basic facts. I'm trying to find a contradiction or a exclusion somewhere in here, not quite finding it. It's also annoying to write down, or I might have done that already, just to help myself track the information. First or fifth, fourth or fifth. Second, or no. Oh yeah, this is second, third, so then this one... Oh, can't be first or fourth, could be... But yeah, so no, there's no other competition for fourth place then. Okay, I have solved a piece of information. So I'm writing this can and cannot be infested. I'm just say cannot, which then leaves you as the only one that could be there. And I have nothing saying it can't be there, so it is there. Which then means first has to be you, and then do I have anything that locks these two? I don't think I have any information that decides what order these two are in. Which is maybe fine, but I'm just trying to see, I guess. Fuck it, let's just try one. I'm gonna lock you in 3. Okay. Oh. I guess that worked then. So I was going to the menu for something immediately after it triggered, and then I didn't realize it was just telling me, no, that's the correct one. You know, I don't have any way of knowing if this is happening, but I think it would be really good if it just, like, always made the first 2 of those combinations you tried wrong, and then it was right the second time.
We need a new plan.
Like that would be good if it's just like, yeah, no matter which of the 2 you pick first, it is always wrong. And then you have to swap them for it to actually work. Like, you could program that. I don't know if they did, but I'm going to... I like thinking about it, I'm choosing to believe that's true.
We need more black rock prisms to make this machine work. Darling has another lab, down in the black rock processing site in maintenance. That must be where he keeps the prisms.
I've been to maintenance already. I can find my way.
But how long will that take? Nothing here is simple. I need to ask her now, before I go.
I need something from you first. What do you know about Dylan Faden?
I knew this was coming. Lives are at stake here, and we need this machine working to save those lives. Once that is done, Director Faden, then we can talk.
She's right. As much as I don't want to admit it. I'm the only one who can help.
Fine. I'll get the prisms first.
Dylan will have to wait just a little longer.
But don't call me Director. Jesse is fine.
I'll call you Faden. Here, you'll need this keycard.
Thanks.
Nice.
Emily Pope has set up a base in Executive. Once I have the prism, I'll meet you there.
Right. I'll move out immediately. And keep an eye out for Darling. Finding him might be the key to stopping the hiss.
Love the camera angles in this so much.
A large-scale HRA. It's there now. We are about to be exposed to a different kind of resonance. Hostile, viral, invasive resonance. That's what the Hedron resonance amplifiers are for. Taking the protection Hedron can provide us and keeping us from being wiped out.
I see. Hi.
Here, this will lead back to Central Research.
It's like fucking going to the underground areas in Elden Ring and like seeing that huge other dimensional sky for the first time. Or God, there's another poll I thought of immediately after saying that, and then I forgot what it was. Probably something in Bloodborne. Bloodborne has that kind of visual a lot. My headphone cable's getting tangled up again. Oh no. Made Trisha sit upright in her box because she heard a noise. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, yeah. Alright, this will take me back to... Nice, okay. Emotional support fire extinguisher. What else can I do in this area? See if I can get one of these started now that I've been around this area a bit. Attempting to process the map. Which I guess is now easier now to have this open. Also, I'm gonna get rid of this so I can run more. It was supporting my emotions, but I can live without it. I'm strong enough to be on my own. Well, not entirely on my own. There is an Aurora listening to me talk and play, but I don't need the fire extinguisher is what I was getting at. Okay, so if you get into that vent there, there's a little squiggly area down at the bottom of the map, which, sure. We'll worry about that when I learn how to jump good or whatever. I was saying I don't... Oh. But you just want to hear it but louder? Is that your gimmick? Sorry, I'm mumbling. You've caught me mumbling. Protective studies. I think it would also help if the fast travel marks were exactly where the thing is. That's what I figured, but I am only a half at mental faculty because of the drugs, and I was not fully processing what you were saying. I'm glad you got me onto the same page eventually. Fuck it, let's just save up for that. Actually, no, it's not, because I want this. These are all maintenance things anyway, so let's just leave them up. But... Right, I don't want to do any of... Actually, I might want to do this. Never mind. And then I want... I don't like this system. Like, I don't need to, like, min-max in the way I'm min-maxing it, but, like, that's as much for just, like, having less stuff to worry about as it is, like, worry about the resources I can get back or whatever. Also, I'm mostly not going to have any of these equipped. It's just, like, paring down to the best ones of any given kind to use. Sure. And do I have enough? No, I didn't get any rare materials, so I have more standard juice or whatever, but I didn't gain any of the other bullshit materials. Okay. Okay, so looking for mobility. Yeah, I want to just figure out how to get back up to that top section of the map, which I guess maybe starts with using this. I guess I'm 2 for 2 with Bloodborne comparisons, because those mods make me think of the gem system in Bloodborne, which is the same, like, I guess I'll equip the best one I have in the category, but 99% of the time I did not care about any of them or what they did for me, because they were just, like, not that meaningful. But they mattered in aggregate, but it was, like, +5 to damage. Like, I don't care. Like, it was kind of like taking on its own as, like, the bad kind of RPG system where it's, like, you know, you get a drop and it's like, I guess this is +1 to damage. Sure, but I'm not excited about it. It's not interesting.
An early hypothesis was that the mindscape of the astral plane is subjective. But that was fast proven wrong. It's an actual place, not a construct of the mind, even though it is with our minds that we enter and experience it. But then one could argue that that's the case with all reality. We've been able to record footage of the astral plane by monitoring the brain activity of those experiencing it. That is the only concrete material that has come out of the astral plane expeditions. Apart from one shocking exception. In the astral plane footage, we're always in the vicinity of the pyramid. We've concluded that this, not the entire plane, is what the board controls. We have glimpsed movement. Native species, always in the distance, and yet contact was made. We don't have footage of this, a technical malfunction, but when one of our astronauts returned, a brain cloud, an astral fugue, had hitchhiked a ride in his head. It ruptured out, killing the subject in question. It's a relentless predator, pursuing thoughts, minds, lethal to those the entity feeds on.
I think I've already watched this. I just had not processed the footage as much the first time. So I guess, yeah, my idea is that, like, the astral, or the board is, like, protecting a space, a portion of the astral plane, which is why it's at all safe to go in there. And, like, maybe that's where the hiss came from, is just, like, something of comparable power that is creeping in. Which, again, anti-memetics division shit. No, I'm getting lost. In my defense, like, I don't understand how to get to the unmarked areas of the map from here. Ah, hypnosis lab, actually. I do want to go there. That's the other side quest, not the one I said I was doing, but I would love to make any progress on anything. Nice try. Ow. Also, I guess the Vex and Destiny tend to play in, like, cognitive space, or, like, I always want to say existential, which I guess is not the right word, but, like, threats in the space of thoughts, ideas, cognition, and, like, non-physical concepts rather than, like, physical things you have to fight. And I also like the stuff with the Vex in Destiny a lot, because it's compelling, and, like, with the exception of, like, some of this, like, the overall arch of, like, the season of the Splicer, like, that stuff never really touched the game itself, but in lore it's always fun. Aquaria, like, learning how sword logic works and, like, bootstrapping religion is among the better things they've written across all Destiny fiction, as far as I'm concerned. And they knocked that shit out during D1. Yeah, let's equip this quest since we're doing that now. Oh, actually, Sensory Lab, I bet, is the other one. Okay, yeah, so that's... Okay, I just didn't find this room before, is I guess what happened. Since I've already switched my marker, let's do this one now. Exciting.
I see it. Another object of power? They're just standing there, mesmerized by it.
I love that it's in an audio baffled room. Good thing to make my brain just... to give my brain good juice to work with. So I can set a single symbol. I don't currently have an idea of what symbol would be useful. Well, I forgot how to put it down. There are a bunch of symbols here, but I'm not sure if any of them are obviously the right. That might be obviously the right one. Click with the try if I can make that symbol. Oh, okay, yes. Good. I thought that was the right thing, but it didn't seem to do... Unless there's like a send button that I missed. Oh, no, I need to have more on the sides. Okay, I see. Yeah. I felt a little bit less grumpy with that one, but it's still, I don't know. I guess it's just not a category of puzzle I've ever been good at or really enjoyed doing. And like, there's a lot of games that do that kind of puzzle.
All Warren, Astromark, First Class. And you are aware that exposure to the astral plane can result in death, disability, personal injury, corporeal untangling, cognitive collapse, loss of ego, and partial to full dementia? Yeah. I am. And you acknowledge that your use of the astral conduit, aka the X-ray light box, is purely voluntary. Yes, I do. Perfect. Your suit is good? Okay, you're all set. Open the door for Mr. Warren, please.
C's. Can you give me any information? Okay, there we go. That's the thing I needed to hear. Enemies at low health can be C's. There's things that you get for using C's. Therefore, I have to turn this shit back. I'm trying to get to focus on me so that my enemy can win, my ally can win. Jeez. Goodbye.
Their brains were fried when I took over the object.
Sorry. Alright, and now we can do... Actually, we can look at whatever this is. You. I wanted to seize him so badly. You probably just can't, which I guess is another example of how the combat in this game is shit. When it could be good. Yeah, okay, you can't seize the named guys? Really? Like, come on. I guess he just lives up there forever now. Oh, his health is draining. I see. Something in my eye. Stray eyelash, maybe. Okay. I want to dedupe these a bit, too. I guess if they're not exclusive to something, I could at least, keep two to upgrade different guns, but yes, these are exclusive, so I can just delete the worst one. It's never going to be the case. Is Rolk here? Is Rolk running the extrasensory lab? I just didn't notice that on the way in somehow. Wait, I got... Okay, I went the wrong way, like three times in a row. This way is what I want. Oh. I unplugged my headphones. Because they're set up into an extension cord, which I don't honestly maybe need anymore, come to think of it. No, the cord would be too short otherwise. Had to fix that. Wow, I see how it is. Supportive partner, everyone. I think we could all benefit from some time in a dark and closed space, don't you? Normal things to say. I'm so curious about all these sealed doors. I guess it's just a way to add flavor to, like, spaces they didn't have any desire to build out, but it do that, I guess. Boy. This is making me think of it's not the same, but this makes me think of the Constitution or Declaration of Independence puzzle in Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego, like specifically because of the arrangement of some of the cards. God damn it. I think about that game a lot as I do the other Carmen Sandiego games, despite having not played them broadly since I was like before I was in high school. I keep managing to track them down and play them, but they're in that like weird era of like PC games where it's obnoxious to do it, despite having the CDs in some cases. Like you need a Windows VM set up properly. I've never figured out how to set it up properly. Finishing my weed soda. Sorry, I was checking something behind me. Okay. You seem relevant to something, but I'll leave them alone for now. Yeah, the tracking gets upset when I move too far out of range. I think I could like mitigate it better, but I mostly try to just not do that, I guess. I should... Do you have any active quests still that are doable? No, no. Well. I'll be in those other sectors eventually. Well, I have a quest I need to turn in, but no active ones I can work on, I guess is what I mean. Or no active, not quests, director, or board missions, board objectives, I mean. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is up with these
This
tapes.
should be interesting.
Oh boy. Okay, I guess we're locked in as the same mayor who checked the room.
Lesson 1. Morito no Taore. Exercise 1. The forest of positive interaction.
私は徳井義美博士。私を信じて任せてください。
Again, they should include the Japanese subtitles, and that's kind of disappointing they don't.
I'm here for you.
I'm also curious what the lines are.
心を開いてください。あなたは浜辺に一人
Oh, interesting.
佇んでいます。誰もいない静かな浜辺。
Close your eyes, open your mind, and find yourself on an empty beach.
さざ波の
One second. Actually, since we're doing this specifically, I should be doing this more often generally, but this is a good time to do it, so. Is that... God damn it. I didn't recognize his voice well enough to tell, but fucking hell. That's funny, but in a way that makes you want to say God damn it, fucking hell.
音が聞こえ、遠くに
Alright, Mr. Kojima. I want to see your wild ride.
袋をついてますね。
The waves are rolling in, and the seagulls are fighting over a discarded bag of potato chips.
ハラペーニョ味のようです。
I believe they're jalapeno flavored.
沖の方に何か見えます。森が海の上に浮かんでいます。
I see something in the middle of the ocean. They appear to be trees.
もしかしたら人を遠ざけようとする今のあなたの気持ちを暗示しているのかもしれません。
Perhaps they are ocean trees. Or perhaps they are metaphors for how you push people away.
Damn.
それが何なのか一緒に探してみましょう。波の方に近づいてみてください。
Let's find out together. Just walk over the waves, friend.
森は寂しそうです。話しかけてみませんか？
The trees look lonely. Why don't you talk to them?
森に ささやきかけましょう。
Sure.
愛されるに値すると、誰もが愛されるに値すると、森もうなずいています。
You whisper to the trees. You tell them that they deserve love, that
Aw.
everyone deserves love. The trees agree.
Game's got my ass repeatedly.
お互いに愛を育んでいくのでしょ
They will now go on to form healthy, respectful relationships with other trees or shrubs, whatever they prefer.
う。さあ、森をそっとしておいてあげましょ
Shrub,
Now let's
shrub
lead these
gender.
trees to their love.
う。覗き見は失礼ですからね。
Voyeurism
Bye.
is
お
impolite.
や、何か不穏なものを感じます。何でしょう。
I sense a disturbance in our love garden. A menace.
行ってみましょう。森の危機かもしれません。行ってみましょ
Go find it. Do not let it darken our forest of emotions.
う。ホークリフトです。この森にはふさわしくありません。巨大なタイヤでビーチが荒らされてしまいます。
A
Forklift simulator.
It does not like the tree's romance. It is ruining our lovely beach with its hateful tires.
なんということでしょう。機械を止めてください。あのカモメには家族がいます。
It ran over one of the gulls. Such bloodshed. Turn off the machine. That gull had a family.
Sure, man.
ポテトチップスはお腹に赤ちゃんがいる奥さんへのプレゼントでした。あの機械を止めなければ。
The potato chips were for his pregnant wife.
Sure.
The forklift must be stopped.
Can I? Do I have any? Okay, there we go. Which one of you is real?
「やりましたね。あの恐ろしい機械は止まりました。
You did it. The murderous machine will kill no more.
Sure.
The trees can love undisturbed.
Hell yeah.
フォークリフトも孤独な木々ももうありません。あなたの心は安らぎと慈愛に満たされているはずです。
Our beach is no place for forklifts or lonely trees. Your mind is a safe haven for love.
心が穏やかに健康になった感じはありますか？
Doesn't that feel nice? Aren't you feeling healthier?
さて、
I don't know if that is the case, but
感受性の豊かな
I did enjoy
あなた
that.
のままでいてください。
Oh my. It seems we're all out of time. Stay receptive, friend.
All right, I'll look around there real quick and then do the next one, I guess.
That actually was relaxing. And strangely insightful.
Interesting. Okay. I'm glad they're rewarding me for doing this. It means I will be climbing more. Yeah, I'll look at it in a second. I'm glad they're rewarding me for climbing shit, for letting my cat instincts show. This is good. This is affirming.
Embracing the erratic and cardio journey. What is
This
this?
game is anti-shark, so I guess you're not getting the same kind of support from it that I am.
レッスン2気まぐれを受け入れるです。
Exercise 2. Embracing the erratic.
私は徳井義美博士。私を信じて任せてください。
My name is Dr. Yoshimi Tokui. Trust my words. I'm here for
I
you.
do love spooky
目を
stuff.
閉じて心を開いてください。想像してみてください。あなたは閑散とした浜辺にいます。
Now, close your eyes, open your mind, and find yourself on a deserted beach.
波が岩に打ち寄せ、カモメたちが旋回しながら近づいてきます。
The waves are crashing against the rocks, and the gulls are circling overhead, drawing ever closer.
カモメたちが怖いですか？大丈夫。彼らは危害を加えます。
Are you scared of birds? If so,
Sometimes.
please try not to be.
自動
Okay.
販売機があります。あなたは喉が渇いています。
Look, a vending machine. You must be thirsty.
さあ渇きを潤しに行きましょう。
Let us go quench your thirst.
あなたのお気に入りのソーダがあります。ボタンを押してみましょう。
They have your favorite soda. You know the one.
Dr.
Press the
Pepper.
button.
This is not sponsored. I just like Dr.
自
Pepper.
動販売機が逃げていきます。追いかけてください。
The machine has run off with your favorite soda. Chase it.
さあ頑張って。あれはあなたが世界で一番好
I
き
do
な
like a Jones, but I don't have them that often. They just aren't in
This is your
places that I
favorite soda in
get
the whole world.
stuff from.
人を殺してでも手に入れる。それくらい好きなはず
Which I
です。
should fix at some
急
point.
いで走ってください。
The soda you kill a man for.
I don't know about that.
Run. Soda.
ソーダが出てきました。やった。
The soda tumbles out. Victory.
あ、ちょっと待ってください。これは違う
Wait
種類で
a
す。
minute.
Wait, it's not the right kind.
I know like one or two Japanese words, and that was one or
Guess
two
you'll
of
have to
them.
try something new.
きっと気に入るはずです。
Go on. You might like it.
美味しいですよね。新しいお気に入りができました。
How delicious. This is your new favorite soda.
新しいものに挑戦するときこそ人生
Diet
の
Dr.
一番
Pepper.
素敵な部分を発見できます。
Still not
When you
sponsored.
try new things, you sometimes discover the best of life has to offer.
それがソーダのレッスンです。
That's a soda lesson for you.
今度は
Thank you, Hideo
そ
Kojima.
の自意識に目を向けてみましょう。
Ah, another personal realization awaits.
走ってください。運動することは良いことです。
Hurry over. Run. Exercise is good for you.
That's what I'm told.
したいです。いつもだったらとてもびっくりしますよね。
It's a dead person. This would normally be quite an upsetting thing to find.
I mean, it's a video game, so
心配しないで。あなたは安全です。
Do not worry. You are safe.
ちょっと死体に触ってみませんか。
Why don't you try touching the dead person?
面白いことが起きるかもしれません。
It could be interesting.
yeah, sure, man.
なんてことだ。死体がたくさん出てきました。
Seems good.
どこから来たんでしょう。
Oh, merciful gods. Dozen of more corpses appeared. Where did they come from?
ひどい匂いです。恐ろしい。ここはもう今までの浜辺ではありません。
I bet if I touch them, it'll be great.
The horror. This beach will never be the same.
なんで死体になんて触ったんですか。はあ最悪の間違いを犯しましたね。
Why did you touch the dead person? You made a grave mistake.
死体を
I
隠して
can't.
間違いを
I'm
正して
sorry,
く
we've
ださい。
burned up all the game made you do a thing and then
死
blamed
体を埋
you.
めて腐敗した心を
We burned this up with the fucking desert game that I'm forgetting the name of. You made me do it. I feel no moral qualm about this. It's nothing. I'm just pressing buttons to make animations happen.
恐ろしい体験でしたね。でもまた一つ学びました。
That was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And yet, you learned another
No,
lesson.
怖いものには
I'm gonna look it up. Give me a
理由があ
second.
ります。
You're scared of some things for a reason.
I'm gonna not disrespect this already more than I'm already doing. Jesus, how am I gonna remember the name of this? I know exactly what I mean, but I'm just blanking on the name. I have too many video games in my Steam library. I know this is shocking and distressing to hear, but it is the case. Not Journey, but I will pull it up. You're in the military and there's like a big sandstorm partway through the plot. Yeah, Spec Ops. There we go. Let's see if Trisha threw up. I'm gonna have to clean up again. I don't think she did, but okay, seems fine. Sorry about model fuck-ups. But yeah, in Spec Ops: The Line was what I meant, and just like any number of games between then where it's just I feel like I'm a little bit burnt out on the game makes you do a thing and then says, why'd you do a thing? Even if it's like for a joking purpose like this is, it's just like, I've seen it. It doesn't do anything for me.
Listen to your instincts. Accept that the world is random and cold. Fear is useful. Lots of good lessons today. Some things are good, some are bad. Don't you feel more prepared for uncaring cruelty of life? I know I do. This concludes my guided imagery therapy.
That's Kojima, though. That's funny.
You are now approved by Dr. Yoshimi Tokui to explore this rotating rock we call Earth. Good luck, Star Wanderer. Stay actualized.
Sure, man.
See you next time.
Journey was fucking good, though. I need to watch someone play Journey.
Jesse fucking Faden. You're the best, Dr. Yoshimi.
Well, I'm glad Jesse got more out of it than I did. Journey is real fucking good, and I can't go back to playing that for the first time, but I could in theory watch someone else play it, which might be fun. For the first time or otherwise. Trisha jumped up on my desk from the other end and walked in front of me. So I'm looking at nonsense. Okay. No, sorry if I turned into a hater, but I felt like the death bit just didn't do anything for me. The rest of it was funny. I think it's also good character stuff to have Jesse be like, yeah, I fucking love that, man. Like, it's not... This isn't me, like, playing a character. This is Jesse having opinions and thoughts and things. And, like, the game is generally... Okay, I wasn't sure. Fuck, I lost a train of thought. I like that Jesse has personality and isn't just like a mindless player box to fill. Okay, if these are going to be that annoying to bring down, I'm just immediately turning this back off. I'll deal possession later. These enemies already suck ass when I kill them in a one-shot. Why would I want to deal with them, like, actually taking multiple hits? There's still stuff I can, in theory, explore here, it looks like. Seem to get to a warp point. I think something that would help this game is if you could just warp directly back to a control point at any time. But I don't know, maybe that cheapened their navigation too much. But given how I felt about the navigation, I don't think that would be much of a loss to the game, and in fact would make me like it more. Also, we don't need to have this on anymore. Yeah, there we go. Can you? If there is, I don't know how to do it. Like, I can warp from one to another, but I mean warping back to one in the first place. Really wants to go to maintenance, I guess. Trying to sit up in my chair again because the problem with like doing long game sessions is I slowly like slide down in my chair over time, which is less comfortable than sitting upright. So every once in a while I have to. I didn't think you'd be able to get up here. Every once in a while I have to like slide myself back down. Is there any benefit to being up here? I don't think this is a new area, but I did. Yeah, you've mentioned big jumps power, and I would love to learn about it one day, but the game seems to not want to tell me about it. The metal detectors work again? I have not been in Darling's office.
Possibly changing.
Ah, I see.
Can never pass through. Dimensional research. Every measure of security.
Seems like a lot of security. Fuck me up, coach. I love the fucking ginormous concrete barriers that are just movable. Some real heavy pneumatics to get those things moving, I bet, if they're as dense as they look. I should actually just equip the quest, shouldn't I? Oh. Spring Equinox. Equinox, one of those two. Trashy. Wait, did it not? I know it came up, did it not? Oh, it was the hotline. There was an actual mission for it, I see. Well, fair enough. I'm exploring whatever this is. Oh. Neat. Seen that cigarette vending machine before. That's supposed to get you to something eventually, it seems like. It's not just a maze for its own, like, purposes. Or at least there's, like, somewhere to get at the end of it that is indicative, like that waypoint marker. Hey. I wish it gave slightly better indications on that front, I guess. So keep seeing cool stuff and like wanting to figure it out, and it's just like, how would I have any way of knowing whether I could actually do anything with this? Like, I don't need to like know explicitly stuff about the game, but I would love like the slightest indication of whether I can actually mess with stuff. Besides just like getting bored eventually and leaving. The game seems to have the philosophy. I mean, well, I'll finish killing these guys, and I'll think if I want to actually make the generalized point I was about to make or not. The game seems to like to tip its hand and be like, hey, there's a cool thing here that you'll deal with later. And, like, I guess for some kinds of player, that's probably fine to, like, I don't know, get excited about it ahead of time. But I think for me, it kind of, like, undercuts itself because it's like, oh, I get excited about a thing and then I can't actually do it. So why did I bother engaging with it? Like, why could I engage with it if I can't even do the thing yet? What's the point? I don't know. Maybe that's a stronger opinion than's needed, but having run into that twice for interesting seeming puzzles, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Where it's like I wish you hadn't shown me game because now I'm bitter that I can't do the cool, funny thing in a way that matters. It's just cool. There's two things I have to remember to come back to later at some undefined point in the game. Giving me fucking blue balls for puzzles. Man loves his fucking cubes.
Fielding questions recently regarding HRAs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I just kind of wish I encountered them close to when they would... Like, it feels like a sequencing thing where it's like, if the luck puzzle is going to be locked behind a level 5 door, like, put it later. Design the game such that it is later. If the ashtray puzzle is dependent upon whatever, then put it later so I can actually engage with it on the first try. I don't know.
What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the Hedron resonance anyway?
Oh, this is the smelling like a bar mat era for him, I see.
Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not monitoring devices. We're not tracking your movements or listening to your conversations while you're wearing them. We do that regardless whether or not you wear
It's a really good line to have. These things aren't tracking you. We're tracking you other ways. Don't worry about it.
as a life preserver. Only instead of water, the thing HRAs protect you from is classified. One day that classified, not water, might pour in, and you'll be glad you got an HRA keeping you afloat. And if you don't have an HRA, don't worry. It'll be quick and painless. Kidding. I'm kidding. We're making more.
I just love the stuff they're doing with his character, just like falling to pieces and discovered like metaphysical horrors from beyond our world and realize, oh fuck, one of them's gonna come for us. And like I would totally believe he didn't predict the hiss, but he predicted a thing like the hiss. And it's just like, okay, one of these is gonna come in one day and we need to be fucking ready. And he was right. And we were arguably not fucking ready as an organization. And now Jessie is fixing it because she's good at things. I need another barrel break, so I'll be right back. I'm going to actually read this item and then pause right here. Okay. Burb. I figure out how to make a better toggle for this one day. So I have to click 3 different things, which is annoying. But one of them is a physical button, so. Burb. Bloop. Sure. Editing the fucking JoJo's part 3 stand thing into this too. God, which brother is that? That's Darby the Elder, but I forget what his stand is called. But it does the yes, 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 no, 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 no thing that people love to make reaction images of. I wonder how much my brain is. God, I love video games. I can just understand exactly one of the ways you would make this like light source work. And like the fact that it, and I'm always amused by the things that are easy in games versus the things that are hard, or 3D computer animation generally. The fact that you need, I don't know, batteries and shit to make a wireless light in the real world, and you have to worry about running out of power, but I can just make a lamp in a video game that moves and doesn't need any wires or any power or anything, and it's fine, because those constraints just don't exist in that world unless you build them, compared to them having to exist by default. It is amazing what we can do with computers these days. Love fucking petty office politics going on in the control bureau, including like bribing your boss with whiskey he likes so he'll give you more budget. Well, your boss's office just looks like this. It looks like he's like lost his goddamn mind, and it's like you still have to send him budget requests and like bribe him with whiskey. Good. So good. My ears itching. Ear exact temp or something. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no, that was important. All right. I've once again forgotten where the nearest warp point is. So in this floor, the floor... It's in the floor above. Oh, it's V, right. So I've not used melee for a minute, so I forgot what the button was. It'd be nice to be able to get back to there on command, but I don't think I can make that jump the other way around. Sure, this works. So saving up money there. Can't do anything here. Still can't do anything there. Cool. I'm gonna pause tracking for 1 second. Be right back real quickly. Okay. Actually, let's do a model reset while we're here. Let's reset this real quick. Oop. Okay. Right, and I want it to be in central. Actually, if I'm going back to maintenance, I think I made this decision already. Let me double check my available countermeasures. I guess treating these as like things I need to focus down that end is not the correct thing to do. It's more just like I'm going to maintenance, equip 3 maintenance quests, and if I don't finish them by the time I go somewhere else, swap them to something else. Yeah, I think I just thought they were one-time completions at first, but now that I see that they're just repeatables for raw mats, I can always see to ignore them more unless they're tied to like an achievement or something.
Is he here? Is he all right? HRAs first. They'll help save everyone, including Dylan, once I find him. Can you keep him safe? Like you do with me?
Yeah, I can see that being the case. Which I guess, may suggest like a nice middle route there of like, don't stress too much about them, but whenever I know I'm going to an area, just make sure some are up. So I'm not like wasting my potential time to get some done in the background that I don't have to think about. Okay. Done ventilation. Yeah, black rock quarry and processing. Unless I can't get to that from here. It's probably an upgrade to not take damage in these rooms. What if I just didn't have to care because I have damage turned off? Also, I thought that was the right room at first. Need... Damn. I think I wiped out both my quests. I have a 4 now, don't I? love how everything is built out of cardboard in this place. That or Jesse is just absurdly strong. This is what it's like for me walking around Cove, just, you know, don't realize my own strength and just fucking destroying things wherever I go. Okay. This room is nothing, though. Heavier than stronger than expected, yeah. We've built things for it, though, so it's not, like, as inconvenient as it could be, at least, but definite moments of surprise. I don't... This is nowhere near where well, I can explore those right question marks, which maybe get me up to the top. Like, I tried to get to access. I tried to get up to access corridor and to there from there to the actual objective stuff in Blackrock processing, but I didn't. This didn't seem to be it. But if I can get to the right. I'm slowly processing the map here. Okay, so this is the catwalk area. So there just isn't a connection between here and the next. God, why would you put the question marks there? Like, right word imply, or unless. No, because this is just the same. Yeah, it implies it, or it made me think there was a connection there. It just isn't there. Which, great, thanks. Love the aesthetic of this game, the story, and like the vibes of it, but I hate so many of the decisions they've made around combat navigation, just making things harder for no particular reason. I don't know, probably not intentionally, but just... I don't actually want to do it. I don't think I was going to look at it. What do I get from this? Stuff. I don't care. Opens from the other side. Yeah, I figured. I just would love to understand how to get there for the first time, because I'm just not... I mean, I guess my only other thing is, like, find a way north that I've missed, but... Have I not been through here already? Or did I get here and turn around for a different quest? That's probably what happened. Okay. Do I want to be in containment sector? No, I don't want to leave, do I? Oh, do you have to get to it from the power plant? Okay. Why is the map like this? Like, my developer in Christ, like, you built the map and you chose to design it in such a way that it implies, like, a whole relevant block sector of the game is connected to, like, the entrance to the area. Like, can I just go back to... Can I? Oh, so this place is two... Okay. Two elevator entrances on this floor. That's... I just assumed that it was one... This is designed so stupidly. Fair enough, man. It was this, I don't remember like any details of the power itself. It wasn't the vibe that like Patrick and Austin were like, how the fuck did you miss that? That was like core to my playthrough. I remember this conversation, I think. From whatever waypoint it was on. Which I guess I'm glad I found it, but I think I understand a bit better now how he missed it, because man, this game is laid out perplexingly.
So I just read this. Welcome to the Ranger Field Training course. The course must be completed in the specified amount of time. When you're ready to start, press the button. Is that all, or?
I always did love obstacle courses.
I don't think the recording is that bad, but I guess if I were that guy and like I didn't even know they were doing it, I could see being upset. I'm like, hey, let me get another take on it or whatever. But I think it also is a good bit to have him be like,
Ranger. Course starting in 5,
to have it be like, you know, first take shit
3,
quality.
2, 1. Go.
Okay, please grab the plot item. Please grab the...
Seconds remaining. Course complete. Congratulations, Rainer.
Guessing this isn't usually part of the course. It's protecting itself.
Sweet. You don't need to tell me that part every time. Tell me the part of how I use the new power. Okay. You could have just led with that part. I could just ignore this. I think they actually have given me health just for this, which is funny. They also like took into account the assist system for the one we get to possess people, which I think was also good. But I think that's just my energy bar, so they have not actually given me health, but I'm gonna pretend that they have. I'll do the thing proper. Neat.
Time without a shield.
Of course, I don't actually have to care about that ever again, but I do have it. I could see it being really useful if I was actually doing combat. He's also shooting. Nope. Ooh. I like that idea. Moving my tablet so I have more room to move my mouse hand. I'm so happy that I have a third screen in the tablet. It's such a convenient setup. The only thing I changed would... Oh, I didn't read it, but I did get it, I assume. I meant to read it. I need a better stand for it, though, because it's a, like, kind of low horizontal stand. And if I'm going to use it as a screen, it would be nice to have something that puts it a bit higher up. In redacted Ohio, huh? Oh, God. Good. I love a horror safe. Leaking blood and containing an unknown alive thing. Yeah, it's like the perfect amount of, like, just enough detail to make you think about it and go, fuck. And, like, he doesn't need to say anything more. It doesn't need to tell me, like, anything about the creature in it. It's like, there's just a thing in there. We don't know what it is. It's a thing. It bleeds sometimes. See, now I'm getting comfortable with that power, I can start doing the thing I did in Destiny, which was, like, wait until the last possible second to, activate the momentum cancel and not take damage, and sometimes fuck that up. Yeah, I mean... That probably is a thing we should have, I think you're right. See, they put a thing in one of these. Yeah, they've done this before. It's nice to check every bathroom stall forever, just in case there's material I don't care about that much inside of it. Maybe we can just repurpose one of our existing saves for that. What am I... Do I have current quests right now? I think I do. Oh, hold on. Let me remember how the menu works. I keep missing the headshot, like, slightly. Yeah, she definitely could. I'm glad that worked through, like, the object or whatever I shot through. Love the increasingly dramatic internal politics going on in the weird as fuck office. Was that not a headshot, really? Maybe it was like a neck shot or something. Okay, so I guess that's Black Rock probably then. Stand still, fucker. Okay, so what else is here? So that's the way out. Turbine room and the actual plot way. So let's go to turbine room first. Sure. Ah, I see. I thought I saw an angle to hit something on the wall from here, instead of having to do it from... using the dash more for that kind of thing. It's just... The dash is a bit awkwardly placed to do, like, quick, jumps, like I'm being asked to do for some of this puzzling. Like, it's not to the point that I'm annoyed about it, like some of the other stuff I've been complaining about, but it is a bit, like, finicky in a way I don't like. Maybe I should play this on controller. I could. I guess, default to PC stuff, unless I'm given a reason. Good. I like that the music is drowning them out, also. Yeah, I am always on control or keyboard on PC unless I have a reason not to be. But I also saw that it probably doesn't matter that much, and yeah, I'll just not worry because it's manageable. It's just not ideal. I'm assuming I need a new key. Maybe I don't. I observed the music is different now. Or at least it's different from a distance. Interesting. Ah, okay. Make them the same. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. The chair needs to be moved out again. Or do all three of them need to be in the same position? Or, They already... Interesting. Oh, it was in one of the rooms? Okay. Did that appear because I did something, or was it there the whole time? Okay, good. So I did solve the thing. Okay. I guess it's probably good that it's not like there's not like an obvious like effect. Interesting. That you've solved it. Like that's probably good for the aesthetics, but it can be a bit confusing sometimes where it's like I don't know if I it's hard to tell if something's changed, I guess. Which, I don't know. Again, I can rely on you compensating for my stream blindness, because I've not historically had many viewers, but it is a new thing to get used to.
Okay, we need to find a way to Blackrock processing. That's where Marshall said we'd find a prism.
Well, I'll hopefully have level 5 soon. You gotta inspect a bathroom for a broom or an upgrade. Well, the broom is still incredibly strong. Good. Because I guess another thing that's easy in video games is like if you've decided to commit to making a destruction system, like there's no rule saying that a trash can has to have any sort of like durability unless you build it in, because like things don't have physical properties unless you make them in a video game. I'm glad there's just confetti in this. Like it's supposed to be, you know, just like recycled paper or whatever, but it is colorful enough to look like confetti. That's true, I am the janitor's assistant. That is correct. I am in a way just doing my job here. I keep wondering if they're gonna spring a I actually do need to turn difficulty back down, or instant kill back off so I can possess people for that thing. Oh, wrong key. Three more of those and I might be done. Sorry, I was trying to crack my neck because it was getting stiff. Okay. Now that I ran past several rooms, what interesting things to look at have I missed? Actually, I guess I should just do some quest stuff while I'm here. Or check in on quest stuff. Almost there. Almost there.
Glad to see you're still you. Hey, thanks for bringing down that... whatever the fuck that was. But we are barely holding on here, boss. How's the situation outside maintenance?
What do I tell him? The truth
Doing
is
great.
harsh, but these people seem familiar with death.
The Hiss are everywhere. Most of the Bureau is lost. We need Blackrock Prison to make more HRAs for any survivors in the safe rooms. I'm here to check Darling's Blackrock lab.
So to recap, death, disaster, and imminent destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Another day at the FBC.
But we did turn off
Darling's lab
the
is just past Blackrock
reactor
process.
before it exploded, so there's that.
Good news, and I got bad news on that front. Good news is, it's right down the hall. Bad news is, a Hiss monster has decided to move in, so that's good.
Monster.
That's what the Rangers said.
Hmm.
The ones that survived, anyway.
Great.
We are just treading water here, and the Hiss keep coming. Salvador would know what to do, but apparently he took a security team into the containment sector just before the lockdown happened, and, well, no one's seen him since. But hey, at least we got you.
Mm-hmm.
Our fearless leader.
That's
They
me.
shouldn't rely on me.
They
They don't know me.
You should believe in yourself more,
They
Jesse.
don't know how I failed people.
You should really believe in yourself more,
You've done a
Jesse.
good job here, Arish.
I know that mood.
You should take your people and get to the base in Executive. You can regroup there. I'll go deal with this monster. I'm getting kind of used to them.
Hmm.
Aye, aye, Faden. And be sure to put a bullet in that thing for me.
I'll put several. Or maybe just one if I have one hit mode turned back on. So is something fucked up with Trench? Interesting.
Ranger Squad Charlie 7 returned from an expedition into the quarry threshold just after 0500 Zulu. Can you please state your names and describe the purpose of your expedition?
Kevin Horowitz, Rupert Wells. Our mission was to map quarry grid coordinates G29.
They've each taken a few
Secondary
hits.
objective,
We need to get them
as
to a surgical
always,
station
was to
ASAP.
find a route from the
A little rude, guys.
of maintenance to the formation. Secondary objective was not a success.
What a surprise. And did you encounter any previously unrecorded event or entity while inside the threshold?
No, nothing. Do you think we should tell them about the mermaid?
Excuse me?
Yeah, the mermaid. Horowitz here found this mermaid in the quarry, just sitting on some black rock. She was singing this beautiful song, and he was overcome with desire.
Great.
She was so alluring. I'd say she was more enchanting than alluring. Fine, enchanting.
Did you tell your CO about this?
No. Because it didn't happen. Nothing happened. As usual, the quarry is full of rocks. That's it. Can we go now?
Fuck you guys. Get out of here.
I love that
Moving so high.
end of that interaction.
We'll push through this. The Hiss are the ones doing the pushing, Doc.
So I'm getting some hair out of my face and cleaning my glasses. So I need to try those new lenses I got for my VR stuff. They did snap in nicely, but I just have been too busy with model work stuff and like other stream prep to go back into VR. I'll try to get some time in soon-ish, just to, I don't know, Beat Saber a bit maybe, and see how good the lenses are, because I trust that they're based on the reviews I saw and everything and how they snapped in, like I imagine they are what they're supposed to be, and they will improve my vision in the VR headset. But I still need to test that. I'll find time for it. Like if nothing else, like by the time I'm like actually pushing pushing my model through like the VR chat pipeline, at the very least will give me an excuse to go in there, but I'll see if I can't find time before that point to fuck around with it. I came in that way.
Arish wasn't kidding about that monster.
Recite formulas C.9 through 32 recursively. That is good flavor. That they're thing you recite. And then something happened. Yeah. Never transport anything by helicopter if you can avoid it. Like I think our gear at Cove does a bit better, but generally helicopters are death machines that want to kill everyone aboard them at all times, and you should not put yourself in one. What is this? Like
showed me the HRA when I first got here.
I'll let her finish talking.
And the machine that makes them.
There's a line that
help me find a prism.
You done? Okay. There's a line that I want to say I got from either November Kelly or Justin Wozniak that was something like a helicopter is like 32,000 parts looking for an exit. And I think that itself was relaying someone else's joke or observation, but I think about it a lot from that context specifically. This is like an arena where a boss fight happens.
Shit. What the fuck? Let's hurry up and find Darling's lab.
Solved. Simply bring a shotgun to the boss fight. There's something to kill Pierce to get Pierce kills here. Am I? Yes. There's only like one or two more. Yeah, 2 more kills. Neat. I've mostly been ignoring these things because I don't find the writing very interesting on the agents, on the enemy types, but... Oh, okay, that's good. That is good flavor, though. That these are like me asking for things from Emily. That's good. But these are, I don't know, boring to me. They're too video game. And I'm at 7 points, so almost to the point where I can get the last throw upgrade that I wanted.
There are areas in the oldest house where, under the right conditions, when the frequencies match, other dimensions link in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where black rock comes from.
You heard that too, right?
Dimensional matter.
Black rock comes from a threshold
Blocking out a
quarry.
lot of frequencies. A
So
good thing.
the prisms must be there too.
Contained. Think of it as
Okay.
paranatural lead. Our research involves many dangerous things we absolutely need to keep in check. That's what the Black Rock Line fire breaks are about. The panopticon container cells.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need the code for the quarry elevator.
Oh, Emily. The codes. Black Rock 665.
Good. Good.
Neighbor of the Beast.
Good. Good.
We can do that again.
I like that whole exchange, the fact that they just hide the password in that video for you. Hide, quote unquote. Also, sweet, level 5. I just love that no one in the Bureau believes in doing a second take of anything. It's like, nope. First takes are bust, baby. We never have time to record anything else. Ooh. Guess I couldn't keep a couple of these to like boost at once, but it seems like it's so. Well, I only have 3 total, I guess, and it's so hard to get them unlocked that like, eh. It's the prime one. To get that more often is probably more useful, even though none of these matter that much. Film reels are expensive. I mean, I guess that is true, probably even for the Bureau.
This should get us into the quarry.
There are a couple level 5 doors I wanted to go back to that hopefully I will eventually find my way back to. Oh, I'm gonna go to the luck puzzle the second I have a new control point active to me. You should remind me if I forget that. The luck puzzle, I think there was one at the level 5 door that I passed.
Everything here is crazy. Weird, but it feels right. Like how the world should be. I am in an infinite building leading to different dimensions, and I never want to leave.
Love what you do and you'll never work a day in your
Even
life.
with all the horror, I'm happy.
Even with all the horror, I'm happy if that ain't a fucking mood.
Or just the right kind of insane.
I don't understand what this game considers a headshot. But case in fucking point. A winner is me, that's right. Oh, this is a Dark Souls door. Well, I'm going to the luck room. Oh, that's my point. I thought that was like things I had available to access for some reason instead of my points. And you need 8 for this, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Are we doing here? Okay. That was luck, which here, or I guess close to here. I need to look at the colliding for this model again because I don't think some of it applied correctly, or maybe I just misunderstand how it works because I see my tail colliding where it should not be. I did have an exciting adventure where I had too many colliders in Blender. Am I on 2 or is that... Okay, so I'm on 2. Yeah, okay. I had too many colliders in Blender, like, had them, like, too tightly integrated, so, like, there was too many checks for each one to do. And I didn't... Like, it didn't give me any warnings this was the case or anything, like, noticeably off, but at some point, Blender's memory usage, like, took up my entire PC, like, 90% of it. And I had to, like, just delete colliders or collider, like, interactions until it stopped doing that. And I just didn't realize how memory intensive that stuff got. Which, I don't know, maybe there's a way to do that stuff in a way that doesn't cause that to happen, but there's a problem I just walked into, and good. And it was bad, and now I do that less. And I'm sure I'll run into that problem again of, like, Unity stuff, because, like, I know VRChat has, like, certain requirements for how you set colliders up if you want good performance. But I'm just feeling stiff again. Everything on green 7. Or just 7, I guess. I don't know how roulette actually works, besides you bet on things you think will come up. So I guess I have to win at roulette somehow. Oh boy. Okay, let me see if I can figure out any of this. Okay. I assume that's me losing. Be outside a certain radius of the table. Light bulb's good. The foliage flow was already on unless it changed. And it doesn't know any of the other things besides the fish. Can I change the distance of the fish at all? Also, I can see what happens if I do this. Okay. This is a light. I can't tell if the light's on or off. Okay. That's on. That's on. On. That's on. Clover, good. Fish under 2 feet, good. Other things to be tested. Okay. What significance does this have? Wait, I know it's this horseshoe, but I'm wondering if this one means anything. Like, I already figured I can rotate that other horseshoe. I just don't know what to do with that yet. These lights are just locked on, so that's fine. And I can make the cat wave, but I don't know what that does. Okay, so that's activating I'm putting big air quotes, the elephant. I don't know what this one does, if it does anything. And I could have this up or down. And it's whether luck pours out or is stored. I guess I want the luck out and into me. Hey, you're fine, you're fine. One. Did I win? No. But it didn't explode. Okay, I thought the two outcomes were I won and I explode, so I'm not sure what this has taught me. Let me go find it again, see if there's anything to interact with around it. Oh, is it that I have to like physically? Oh wait. Okay. I think no, because I might know what I can do with it now. I didn't know what to. I didn't know what I could do with it before because it was not in the same room as the puzzle. If there's something else to do with the fish, I guess I would like to hint, but... I'm not doing that. I think it's... I don't know, I suppose I shouldn't start forming opinions on whether it's a good puzzle or not until I finish messing with it, but it feels just vague enough in functionality that I'm already getting a little bit annoyed. Is it of the tape? Okay. I don't even mind it being complex, I just would like to have an idea of what's happening. Like, right now it feels... Well, let's see if I won, I guess, before I finish. Did I? Okay. Like, I just have no idea of what is happening at any point. It feels like I could just roll... This feels equivalent to roll a d20 until you roll a 20. Like, none of the things I can do feel like they're having a meaningful impact in a way I can, like, measure. And like I don't like trial and error. Not when I especially when I can't like see the effect of the trials. 4. It's not changing the result at all. Like, I was gonna mess with them, but I again wish it gave me like any better feedback more quickly, because right now it's just such an ordeal to get a new data point that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's going the wrong way, I assume. So you're fine. Maybe you were also fine? I guess it's not doing anything. Closer. Was there another variable you had in this room somewhere? Oh, the cat. I can only toggle it. Like, I kind of assumed that was supposed to be on already because the board said it's good, but... Oh, unless it... No, those all indicate those are positives. Like, these could be plus... Is it like an addition thing? Like... None of the numbers I'm getting back make any sort of sense for what the system is here. Like, I'm not learning anything from pressing any of these. It just makes the number do seemingly random things. And I can try this combination. Like, the thing I'm about to do in a second, and will make me hate this puzzle more, but will get me closer to solving it, is just writing out everything in the room this data can be in, and just fucking marching through the combinations until it works. Because, like... I don't know how else to solve this puzzle with the way it's designed, besides try literally every combination until it works, which is boring as fuck. Like... That one isn't, because I'm pretty sure I've gotten different numbers when I've changed it. Just tell me the answer. Or tell me something that would help me figure this out, because, like, I got nothing. I need to complain in a separate Discord also. Sorry, I finished complaining in the other Discord, but how would I have ever figured out you could do that? Like, it doesn't indicate in any way it's putting in your inventory. I guess may I have that in the wrong position? Yes, that didn't do anything like you said. I guess it's just that this needs to be flipped and then I probably win. Or maybe cat needs to be flipped. I guess one of them needs to be flipped. Or both of them, I guess. Bad. I really hope this... I don't think it's going to get to this point. I'm just being whiny because I'm currently upset. But I really hope this game doesn't just, like, ruin itself over time for me by having shit like this, like, strewn throughout it. Like, I want to enjoy this. I'm enjoying so many of the vibes, but I keep just having stuff where it's like, why'd you put this part that sucks in the game that's good? Well, I did it, and I'll try that outfit out next time I have a chance. What are my current quests? Kill. Okay. I guess possess if possible. Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm putting it on a type of like how I disliked how that puzzle was presented, and also how I was annoyed with the ashtray thing, and like still am, because I don't know when I'm actually going to get to do that. I can't help with that. Generally, yeah. But I think it depends on, like, I don't know, communicating stuff better. And I feel like stuff is, like, just vague enough that it's hitting me in a way that it usually doesn't. Like, I don't know, big red door is easy enough to remember, especially if I have an ability to mark it. But, like, puzzle that, like, isn't immediately obvious, is meant for later is annoying. Like, stuff that I can, like, almost platform to, but I'm meant to come back to later is annoying. Like, I don't know. It's just all vague in a way that I guess I like it with, like, when it does story, but when it does mechanics, it's really me when it's, like, to just misunderstand what it's saying and get frustrated as a result. And, like, you know, as we've discussed at length in more personal conversations, like, I do really badly with thinking I'm doing poorly at something. Or, like, linking up being bad at something with, like, directing that towards myself. So it doesn't work very well when, like, I'm not understanding how to progress in the game at all. I don't know how to get to the top level of this room. Maybe there's a thing on the side. I can just do this, I suppose, but... I need to launch kill more enemies. Where am I trying to go? Okay. Back in maintenance, right? I didn't realize that. Okay. Right, I wanted to try... How do I do... Where do I do the outfits again? Is that from this menu? Am I forgetting where it is? Okay. My mouse needs to be plugged in. I think the battery of my LG mouse has just gotten, like, catastrophically worse over time, which is annoying. Like, it's fine. I've had it set up since I got it with the charging cable within, like, quick reach, but it is still annoying to have to, like, periodically plug it back in. Or, I mean, I don't know. More often than it feels like I should have to, I guess, to be more clear. Right, it was like to the side of it. I remember now, kind of. Was it just inside the closet? Yeah. Right? Or am I just misremembering? Oh, okay. That's annoying, but okay. Let me see it with detail, please. Or is that with detail? Eh. Let me see it moving around, but I don't think so. Nah, I'm not feeling it.
There's something we're missing.
I do actually want to talk to her while I'm here, though.
Hi, Jesse.
Nothing new, I suppose. Nice to see you, though.
See you soon. Be careful out there.
Oh, locked camera for a second longer than it should have been.
See you soon.
I wonder if other species will verbalize the hiss resonance.
Oh. Okay. There was another level 5 door somewhere, I'm pretty sure, but backtracking for any of that stuff is going to be difficult and probably not worth it. The level 6, like, was saying that it marked in the worlds, like, that definitely is worth going back to, but... Yes. Important gun safety. The things worth knowing even if you don't plan to actually be near guns at any point is don't point the gun at things you don't want to damage. Don't be in position to fire the gun until you're ready to do something, and still remember the first rule, and always... Not even that, but assume every gun is loaded at all times, even if you have just handed it to someone while unloaded. Like, just assume. Do things in a way that will be safest, always, even if, in case someone has made a mistake. Alright, launch. I'm not sure if that counted as a launch kill. That did, though. Hi. Just watching me fight out there, huh?
Just stay calm and keep those HRAs up.
I'm always saying this. Emotional support corpse. I can't. Trisha, please move across the desk quickly instead of ambling. He's always very slow and languid about moving across the desk. Unless I've already been, like, annoyed at her, in which case she'll kind of, like, do a little, like, skitter to get out of the way faster. That's very funny to look at. Oh, is that just a backtrack door? Yes, I think so. Right, okay, so I actually want to be here. I want to be in the quarry, which I've only just realized is in a separate place. I know that I just unlocked this door. I'm trying to figure out, is there anything... I actually learned, or had anything new here, or is this just more connectivity? I guess it's more connectivity. Can I get back to the main room from here? I guess even if I can, I should just go to the Atlas warp and we'll go from there, because that'll be faster.
When can we get out of here?
Working on it. I want to try and find a save up for now. Bishop, God, he's going the other way now. I hate you so much sometimes. The thing is, I'm pretty sure she can jump up on the side of the desk near where I am. It's just like a higher jump, but she just doesn't want to do it. She wants to go over like the slightly shorter path on the other side that's a little bit longer because it's easier for her. She's not like bad at jumping or anything. She still has like a lot of jumping up onto stuff. She just visibly prefers it when she doesn't have to jump as high, which is fair, but also it's annoying when she does that. Same feeling as when she like jumps over me in bed when she could have gone around, and I have to like either fear that she's gonna jump on me or like when she actually like pushes off my stomach because she misjudged the jump, and it doesn't hurt, but it's like, oof, Trisha, why? Why did you do this? Going to be on the higher, yeah. Right, the access corridor one is... Well, no, I want the access corridor elevator. Is there a warp? Yeah, I guess the control room warp should be up there. Map, once again, being a champion. Well, I'm going to run in circles until you tell me differently. Oh, do I want to go from the ventilation, actually? I think. It looks like the NSC energy converters go there. Actually, tell you what, since you're looking at that, I have to get some water anyway, so I'll be right back. Hello. I should set up a webcam to point at Trish's box on the desk at some point so I can have that on stream. I had an old webcam that would be great for the purpose, but I'm pretty sure I threw it out when I was aggressively purging my tech piles, so... I should see if that's true. I might have kept it, and if I didn't, I should think about getting a cheap one so I can hook that up. I'm glad you're having trouble online as well as... Let me see if there's anything fun in this. Sure. Totally fair. I'm annoyed by Google frequently these days. As I know I've said to you and other people. Okay, I did think that might work, but... Just kidding, I guess? Okay. Sure, game. Have I been to this elevator before? Oh, that's just down to... Okay, I see. So that's... Right. So I did go this way before. Yeah, I just didn't know where what this went to, because as we've discussed many times, including seconds ago, the map is bad, and when I look at it, I don't process information. I don't assume I want to go down, but where does that go to, this elevator? Well, at least I never have to think about it ever again. I think I'm taking this elevator before... Oh, okay, so that's just... I see. An elevator for this area. God, the elevator is in theory good, but I think the fact that, like, they've just not indicated them in any useful way on the map. Not that, like, the icons even help, given that they're just... I don't know. I think adding elevators like that is confusing more than helpful, though I assume it's meant to be helpful given that they expect you to kind of like have reason to hop between different levels of this area. Bad. Right, I'm trying to get launch kills. Not on those guys, because they're immune to them, but other guys. Oh, I see. So there are 6 beds here. Some of them are just folded up. I saw, like, the max 6 occupancy and saw 3 beds, and it was like, what? You're supposed to, like, hot bunk or something? Or... But no, they just fold the other ones up to indicate that they can be folded up. Which, sure. Fair enough.
Elevator's broken.
Of course.
Gotta get down the old-fashioned way.
Not a bitch. Oh, right, throw. I think I'm mistaking ambient audio for active enemies once again. Is the elevator work again? Well, I guess I could have found that out without actually having to be locked into the animation of riding it, but now I know. Okay, so there are still active enemies here, just trapped on the floors I was meant to take my time getting down instead of just fucking diving it, because I decided that would be cooler. I'm gonna jump it again as soon as I find out where the enemies are and kill them. That was okay. That was almost the fail condition for doing it that way. Easy. E fucking Z. Nine more kills with throws. I was expecting to be doing this a lot more during play, especially given that there are some enemies that are immune to it, specifically to make you try different things. But because I, have combat turned off and also just don't lean that way, I'm not really encountering that penalty ever, or that incentive to play differently, because I'm already doing that. Nice. How we doing? Nothing I can do now until I get into a different sector. Okay. Curious how you're meant to encounter these rooms and deal with them. Because clearly this isn't it, but I'm wondering like what changes that makes it any different. And I came down here in the first place because I was curious about this like clear back passage to the furnace chamber, but I'm not sure I see how to actually complete that path. Which is fine. Maybe I'm not supposed to do it right now, but okay. Fair. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, thank you. I'll worry about that later. Or possibly never. Might be a problem. Is there not a way back out of here once I'm in it? Wait, no. I've trained in this. I've trained for this before. Okay, I do need to have the barrel successfully. Nope, not you. Nope. Incorrect. Okay, no, I'm gonna need you to... Nope. Right, F, not throw again. Okay, I'm gonna need you to... Nope. There. Good start. Better start. There we go. Easy every time. See, now that happened though, I'm mostly putting the blame on the game, because like, sure, maybe I'm not supposed to try to go through the mold area until later, but how was I supposed to get back out of there if I stumbled into it? Was it that? Because if the answer was you were supposed to do some prop bullshit, then that'd be one thing, but... Yeah, maybe that was match part of it. I expect any player who's down there will just die and respawn, but I'm built different. This is a warp point.
Not what I expected.
Like, it was an infinite quarry with an infinite sky. And, like, the only problem is that it's hard to cut the rock. Like, they've got as much as they need. It's just... mining it's fucking hard work. That's good. I'd love to activate explosives. Is there anything I could be doing here? Don't have surge yet. All these are vague spoilers, but none of them. Okay, so Shield Rush is the one you were talking about where it turns into an offensive thing, which, fair enough. But all I'm learning right now is there's no reason to not kill these guys in whichever way strikes my fancy, which is fine by me. Like I give a shit. Titan style. Okay, so where do you need to go is my question. Where do you want to be? Oh, there. The city in the distance. Great. I love to go to the capital C city. Now, where's another power cube when I need it? Ah, there you are. Nope, incorrect. You. Nope. Okay, fine, now we'll get closer. Nice.
And there it is, right where you led me. The HRAs, the prisms, they mean something to you. I need to get this prism to Marshall before it's too late. HRAs, then Dylan. Another, and that's still 8 points. Okay. Getting close on that, though.
Those will block. Huh. They seem like they were just locked into that room. Interesting.
No hiss followed you in, right?
I guess I'm glad that they didn't do that thing, because that seems like it would be annoying and make me frustrated.
Faden, did you find a prison? See you soon.
Yes. I think I want to be very careful for recording of the chanting, and would expect that to have like a similar dangerous effect. Did I just miss Marshall? I thought I...
Be careful out there.
I guess I mistook one of her troops for her because she spoke near... There you are, okay.
Any word on survivors?
We've located numerous safe rooms with survivors.
Had to take a detour into the quarry, but I found plenty. Here.
We will start HRA production immediately. I promised I'd tell you about Dylan once you helped us.
This is it. She knows. 17 years I've waited.
Your brother is here. He was once known as Prime Candidate 6, codenamed P6. We brought him here after the ordinary event. He was groomed to be the future director. He had talents far beyond any other candidate in the program.
Of course he did. We found you together. We share a bond. Are you with him now?
So you kidnapped him?
We took him in.
No, I think he did kidnapped.
Every other adult in Ordinary.
Ah.
Eventually, his power changed him. There were casualties. He wasn't fit to be the director.
Did you know about this? Is this why you didn't bring me here sooner? Were you keeping me away?
Where is Dylan?
He's kept in the containment sector, in the Panopticon.
Neat.
My brother. I thought we were the same. What if we are?
Interesting.
I'm going. Now.
I expected as much. I need to go check on something. Something I cannot let the Hiss find. It shouldn't take long, but you must watch the Bureau while I'm gone. And remember, Dylan is dangerous.
Okay.
Do not let him out, Director Faden.
How do I make her stop calling me that? I'm not
You
here for them.
Cannot.
Nothing simple here.
I still didn't forget what that puzzle is, or if it is anything.
They've accepted me without question. Are they my enemies or my friends?
Yes, and.
I need to see Dylan. I need to know. I wish you could tell me what you know, explain things. Just stay with me, okay? I could use a friend right now.
Seems fine. Seems fine.
I wonder if other species would verbalize the history
Mission my brother's keeper. Seems fine.
accidents like human hosts do.
Do you have any active stuff besides... Guess. Perfectly normal. What do I have to do in research again? Parapsychology. Do I have any countermeasures for research? Just don't have surge mode yet. I assume it's locked behind something. I like the loading screen being some facet of Polaris. Now that I know what Polaris looks like, I think that's neat. Which part of parapsychology is this? It's the big room, I assume. Is that not the... Does it mean just that room between hypnosis and extrasensory? So I know I don't have to do these repeatables, but I wish they were a little easier to just go do. They seem subtly unless it was just this part of the... Yeah, okay. It's just so bad by anything where it wants me to be at any point. Please stop running towards the enemies. I'd like you to stay alive. Please stop running towards the enemies. As well as tank them for them, because they can't be trusted. Don't, just keep your fucking distance. Yeah, these just seem like they'd be fucking miserable if I was doing combat for real. Which, again, like, I don't have to, I guess, but... I don't know. I don't think... I don't know. I'm tilting at strawmen, so maybe I shouldn't even fit into that thought, but, like... You can avoid this thing that sucks ass does not really absolve the part where it seems bad that it's in there and it should have been designed differently. Undergoes muscle spasms during recording that some consider upsetting. Exciting. Sorry, I didn't mean to click away from that. I was checking something. Do not be alarmed if length of recorded footage exceeds the volunteer's period of unconsciousness. Astral dilation is a known issue. That's good. Just that there's just more time in there than outside. You fuckers are welcome, by the way. I can't wait to get the big jump. Could have sworn I jumped up that way before to get out of here. I guess maybe I didn't, though. Doing a weird noise. It's worth more, but it is also just worth or worse. Fascinating. I know micromanaging this is a waste of my time, but I don't know. Can't resist doing it from time to time. Containment. How close can I get to containment? Where is containment? It's its own. Oh, it's its own sector. I go back to an elevator. Where is the fastest way to get to the main elevator? Is it down? These ones are. Oh no, that's the elevator for this sector, but this is the main elevator, I want to say. So I should be able to go to Ritual Division. Go to Executive. Okay.
Followed you in, right?
Nope. I've not been to every sector besides containment. Which, I don't know. Maybe there's more ones that are hidden. That doesn't necessarily tell me anything, but just an observation.
Containment sector. Panopticon.
Mm-hmm.
Altered items.
Mm-hmm.
Maximum security prison.
Not a fan.
Dangerous.
Short controlled bursts. Cubicles! Yay! Cubicles good. Return of a V to cubicles. Sincere opinion. The only things wrong with the old office job were the standard things wrong with capitalism and a job that you go to just to receive enough money to live, and that doesn't nurture your creative spirit at all. Cubicles themselves are fine and good, and open plan offices are evil. Seems fine. Thanks for waiting, bud. Right, are there any other places I can go before I go towards the plot door? Which I don't know. I think I'm a few doorways away from like the actual plot stuff of Dylan, but I'm curious where the other turnoffs are before that point to go look at other things. You know, they have most of my. Oh, I say most, but I still don't know how many levels of security key there are. I would not be surprised if there's a few past 6, but it feels like there probably aren't that many past. Fair enough. I still just want to kind of dabble and look at all that. Even the the paths way away from the objective before I even go close to it. To see what else is around. Oh, it's just a trash can. I know that place. Unfortunately. I'm curious what the lights indicate. Or if it will give me any information that will let me figure that out, or if it's just something I'm supposed to kind of like sit here and think about.
Someone needs help over there. Sounds like there's a man down.
I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Probably not.
Look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks?
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks.
I see.
We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
Unfortunate.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really.
Well, good luck holding all your blood in, I guess.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
I mean, you don't need to explain it. I'm not against the name. I just needed some context, and you have now given me some context. I bet if that's actually 10 sensitive, or if they're just being punny in a different way. Let's not leave it to find that out, though. I heard laughing. I love how the music cuts in and out. Did it just set to the correct time, or? And I guess I have to do it. I don't understand the controls for this. Okay, don't like the feedback on the clock bit here. Well, I hope that one's right, because I don't seem to be able to mess with it. Okay.
This Wells guy can't be far. Those must be the clocks he was talking about.
That sure is a bunch of clocks. If there's more stuff with clocks besides just... Oh, I don't know. The one door having them pouring out was pretty funny. I'm curious if that's it or not, though. Okay. Well, answers my question. Well, it doesn't answer my question. Maybe there's like a highest level 20, but now there's at least a level 9 now. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting more in my head about this game in a way that's probably not great and should try to back myself out of, but I love the clocks being marked. A pennant line, too. I should have some water, also. Actually, I should do another thing. I'm gonna get some pills real quick, but I am gonna have water first. Burp. He says as he presses several buttons in sequence. Boop.
Shit.
Well, the medic is okay. Less so everyone else in here. Hey, bud.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You did your best. Yeah, you did your best.
Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood.
Let's
go.
So on board. Hears the word in blood and goes, I think I have COVID, and passes out. I think I misquoted that particular ship post, but close enough. I see. Fair enough. I hope I don't get his security badge by him dying. I hope it is a nicer end for him, because I like him already. He seems cool.
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
Well, a clock pipe. I wouldn't see anything happen besides it just bonking off her head, but it's also pretty good that it just bonks off her head. Well, I've got time now. Thank you. These were all filmed so well. They're all directed so well, and like, God, every actor like knows the assignment. I assume this gives a vibe of everyone involved not actually doing work. They're just doing something for the camera, and that's why it's so awkward, and that's the perfect vibe for these to have. So awkward. God, I wonder if this is the guy who's trying to ask his coworker out and like implied he was going to get shot down for it. And that this is the coworker in question, because it would be extra funny if true, but I'm not sure. Because there's no names in this, and also I don't remember any of the names I have been told besides the main characters. How long is this one? This is really good. I've never been disappointed by a Darling video yet. I don't think I ever will be. You have no time left. It's the best I can do on short notice. I think I've already found it.
Let me see.
I will not do that. I've decided that bureau alerts are not worth their time. Time to clock out, yes, that would have been a good one. You are consistently a very good source of quips. And I appreciate that about you. Well, I found a way around. How do I... Okay. Huh. Oh, this is what I wanted. Okay. Did I miss anything exciting over here before I move on? Doesn't seem like it. That he just walked like right over here. Okay.
That's O'Neill. Shit.
Sorry, bud. I don't know if he can be killed or not, but I'm assuming he can be and trying very hard to avoid it. I do love the increasing menace of the clocks over time. That is good. I do hear some ticking in the distance and also shortness. That's probably the way forward. Did I miss anything else over here? It only just occurred to me there'd be a map for this. I think I was thinking it was a... Oh, it's actually immune? Wonderful. I was assuming this was like some sort of sub-area that didn't have a map instead of being one that would have a map. That's sad. Bridge entries seem pretty fucked up, yeah. If there's more that makes it additionally fucked up, then I am Menace.
That safe room is where the other cornered us. We sealed the door on the way out. We couldn't let it get out into the bureau.
I'll need to come deal with that altered item later.
Okay.
If I open the safe room now, Wells could get hurt.
It is fascinating that that's the first time it's given me like explicit direction that something was for later. And, like, I don't know if I'm even saying that like it shouldn't have that time, that it ruined some sort of effect, but it's weird. I guess that is the time it decided like, hey, do this later. Of all the times it could have told me something like that.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item.
Physics.
We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Harwoods to the
I'm excited to see the fight that sucks ass later.
That was brave of you.
I'm the medic. That's my job.
I'm saluting. God bless you. There should be a clock somewhere in here. Oh, that's just a control point. And it might still trigger something, but I guess there's no real incentive to not activate it. Especially when I can hear stuff happening over there. I should look back at the chat more often to see things. I mean, I guess I didn't take that long that time, but... I'm not trying to keep harping on it, but I'm not used to regularly having a chat. It's been a minute. That seems like it sucks. Work slack for the Bureau of Control has got to be absolutely wild. Yeah, I guess they can't have modern technology, right? So it's all gonna be like, God. I do like imagining the work Slack, but I guess they can't have that. They have to have just like inner office mail shit, like ye old work communication shit. There's nothing else that I can do here right now. This way, yeah.
We're almost out of the threshold. God. Someone posted a Jeff Gersman post in of my Discords, and it's good. I can pull it up for you, but I think you may have already seen it and or can just pull it up yourself if you want. And I can focus on the thing I'm allegedly doing here. On the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
Oh, I've already been in this one. Tor tried to crush that man.
let's go.
I think Immortal makes this a bit better as an escort mission, but escort missions are so rarely fun in games.
Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Shit.
Man, he's already dying of blood shit, so...
Oh god, no.
Do I have to do it?
I should talk to Wells. Make sure he's okay.
So much work just to make me encounter a tragedy.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it.
How to delete
Head to the
mod
executive
from
sector
mod,
office.
how to ban mod.
They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
Sorry that everyone you know died. That kind of sucks. I'm gonna go fight the boss that sucks and leave one-shot kills on. Or at least, are they on right now? I'll leave it whatever state it is right now. I think it actually is not one-hit kills, but if the boss is as much shit as you said, implied it was, then I don't think I'm gonna miss much. We now have the... Okay, never mind. I guess I will do the plot. Get in there. I'm gonna just equip this in the hope of finding the surge gun. I should give the Pierce gun upgrade, shouldn't I? I just forgot to ever do that. Sure. I'll leave that gun on for a bit just to mess with it. Oh no, that's the other. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Thanks for hanging out with me, bud. I look forward to playing more of this and having more, I don't know, chat shit and streaming and remembering how to do this part of my life. It's fun. I like it. Bye. I probably won't go too much longer, actually, but I'll knock out another mission or two. One second. What time is it for me? 1 a.m. I'll go at least another hour, but I will see past that. Right, back to containment. There's a lot of question marks here. Oh, was I already in? Okay, I think I didn't process that. I was already in the place I wanted to be. Sleepy. Or at least I shouldn't go too much later, is that I want to, I'm not gonna necessarily, actually, I'll try to get the uploads done, too, because I think I can stay after that, but I at least want to get the, verify that I have the captions in order, which I know I have for the earlier stream. And get the chat downloaded and rendered, so I have that for later. And the YouTube upload, in theory, could be delayed until later, but I'm not too worried about getting that handled. My internet is very good. I never got his ID, so I still don't have anything beyond a 5, right? Mold. Okay, I love food poisoning nightmare. I won't erase it. It says don't erase, so I don't know why I would erase it. That would be rude. And it seems important, so. I mean, besides the ashtray maze, which I can't do right now, and the... There was a post-it puzzle that people talked about a lot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I remember, like even the vague shape of, but... Nothing's coming to mind.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached.
Probably good. Probably not good.
Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
No answer. Yeah, I'm curious what other stuff I might recognize when I see it. Seems fine. Seems fine. And we had processor stores last time that's just like implied like, yeah, these are all just like other dimensions that have specific like concepts tied to them. And they're not for me, so I don't get to know about them.
It's been a long time since Dylan and I knew each other. I've wondered about him. What kind of man he'd grow up to be. Were things as hard for him as they were for me? Maybe in here, they were even harder.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Is there something I can help you with?
I'm Jessie, the new director. I need to get inside.
New director? Right. Well, okay. Hello, I'm Frederick Langston, the Panopticon supervisor. It's not the best time for a tour. We have hiss everywhere, numerous cell breaches, and system failures across the board, but you're the director, so here we go. Founded by Zachariah Trench, the Panopticon is our state-of-the-art repository for all altered items.
I don't have time for
objects,
this.
Power and...
I was told Dylan Faden was kept here. Can you help me find him?
Faden? Sure. Darling wanted him somewhere secure and isolated away from people. He's in the maximum security cells, upper level. But there's currently a pressing matter, ma'am. We've got an object of power loose in there. It's wrecking the place. The Benikoff TV, it's a real doozy. Salvador took a team in to handle it, but no one's heard from them for hours. This is a Category 5 OOP we're talking about, and if we don't contain it soon, it will tear the Panopticon apart. And we don't want all those altered items getting loose, ma'am. No, trust me.
Dylan's in there.
Open the door, Langston. I'll handle it.
If you say so. I usually tell first-timers not to touch anything, so, just do that. Here, I'll get the door for you.
I think it's good again to have like...
Call me Fred.
Thanks, Langston.
For the different, like, subheads to have different opinions about their boss and different relationships with her.
Containment failure in Panopticon cell 69. Get it?
I'm gonna shoot him.
69.
I'm gonna shoot you.
I do not see what is humorous about an escaped paranatural entity originating from cell 69, sir.
But you just said it. Come on, you guys. It's funny.
Hey, I know that guy. Can I have another? No, it's the other.
You guys didn't bring, like, checkers or anything, did you?
Any security personnel found in gate.
Is the TV back in its box yet? No rush or anything, it's just, you know.
Give me a second, fucker.
Do you like working at the FBC?
Sure. I mean, yeah, the drama's a bit much, but I get better benefits here than I would over at the Postal Service. I checked. Better healthcare. That's not to say I don't like my job, ma'am. Been here over 15 years. No one knows the Panopticon collection better than me. I'm, close to them, in a way.
I can't tell if that's creepy or normal here.
How do you keep the altered items under control?
It depends on the item. Each one has different needs. Ritualistic touches go a long way. Singing to them.
Did he say
flipping the
singing?
lights 3 times, that sort of thing. It's not superstition if it works.
Fair.
What's the difference between objects of power and altered items?
Think of them like storms. Objects of power are like tropical cyclones or hurricanes for the uneducated. They're big, rare, and scary. Of course, directors can just bind the OOP and become the eye of the storm. Altered items are more like weird thunderstorms. Some may rain frogs, some may rain corn, but they all rain something.
And how does the hiss factor into all that?
It's changing them, making them aggressive. Now they're all raining, I don't know, knives. Knife rain.
Sure.
Nice metaphor.
Did you work closely with Trench?
Oh, he spent most of his time with Darling and all them. The inner circle. Not that I care.
Trench certainly had his favorites.
He did stop in occasionally to scowl and smoke. Did you know the Bureau has a no smoking policy?
I didn't know.
Just not for Trench. Still, he is the one who put aside funding for the Panopticon. The man did have vision.
How did you get this job?
Started as a junior agent because my uncle knew a guy. From there I got put on a desk until an accident left the containment sector severely understaffed. At which point I got bumped up to management. Put in a steady 8 hours a day for another 10 years and voila, supervisor.
I just picked up a gun. Or a gun picked me.
Sure. Yeah, he doesn't seem...
I'll see you later, Link.
He seems like personally annoying, but not like necessarily a bad person.
The Panopticon. Dylan's close. But that object of power might wreck this place before I find him.
I'll do the TV and then call it, I think. Feels like a sensible enough place to stop. That's the mailbox. That institutes temporary paralysis or whichever. Doesn't seem like I'm allowed to get it though, because this door doesn't even like show the indication that it can be opened. Which, fair, sure. Don't gotta give me everything you tell me about in the writing for this game. God, I love the ones they just don't explain. Maybe there is a lore piece somewhere that explains that basket, but I haven't seen it. Is that the getting over it hammer, or is that a different reference? No, that's like a pickaxe or something. Like, what is this? It feels like a thing I should recognize, and I'm not quite placing it. Interesting. Alright, have I seen everything on this floor? Because I really should look at this, look at everything here if I'm going through the effort. Yeah, I just came in through there, so okay.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's plan to make Dylan the next director. Marshall made it sound like it was all Dylan's fault, but how much of it was what the Bureau did to him? I don't think she's telling me everything.
It's always really funny when I drink water and stream and it just doesn't. Well, eating food or whatever does render pretty well with VTubing stuff, but you need to have the bottle itself not block tracking, and because of where my phone is positioned right now, it very much does block tracking, which is unfortunate. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to mean something later. I still didn't make any data out of the 4 item puzzles that were earlier.
Is anyone there?
What are you doing in there?
Oh, thank God! Look, someone has to watch this object at all times, or it deviates. My shifter blades have never showed up. Can you help me?
Damn. I can't, I'm sorry. There's an emergency. I'll come back, I promise.
Okay, just don't forget. I can't stare at this thing much longer.
Let's deal with this. After Dylan has been found. Okay, so it will not let me do it. Interesting. please. Thank you. I've not used grip at all, I don't think. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, no, grip's the default one. Never mind, I have. Sure.
Additional hostile.
Seems fine.
That's the object of power. I need to cleanse it.
I'm gonna do TV in the fridge guy. Because I need to know what happens with that guy. And I'll also feel bad IRL if I don't help him. Entering the Twilight Zone? Okay. Love a good twisted passage. It's not as fun if you don't actually end up walking on the ceiling or something, though. Seems fine. I miss per kill achievement trackers.
That thing was Salvador, the
Aw.
head of security. His team didn't stand a chance against the Hiss. No one here does.
I was thinking of like TF2 stuff back in the day and like a bunch of Half-Life 2 achievements that are
The TV. Another object.
that are long, high count but tracked per instance like that.
Objective power going nuts. Here we go again.
Interesting. Ooh, levitate. Good. This rules.
Okay, dealt with the TV. Now I can find Dylan.
I do like the overarching thread of the Hiss, like, getting closer and closer to, like, taking over Bard, defeating the board. Also, I can go back and do a bunch of stuff now to have Levitate, which I will ideally remember to do at some point, but will not do right now. It also seems like it probably is a depressing backstory, but as the game has not opted to tell me what the story is, I will not worry about it. Water cooler. Single crowbar. Half-Life 3 tomorrow? Releasing now? Half-Life 3 reference?
So close.
Okay, proper airlock, fair enough.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Are you there, Jesse?
Oh, okay, that's where she was talking from.
He's gone. Dylan isn't here. He might be nearby. Or maybe the hiss got to him. I don't know.
Jesse, listen. Dylan's here. With us. He just walked in. He says he is giving himself up. He's been affected by the hiss, but he is different than the others. We must isolate him.
I'm on my way. We need to get back. I have to see my brother.
Alright, I won't take up too much of your time today, Dylan. Like I said, I want to talk about Jessie, your sister.
What about her?
I just want to get your perspective. What do you think of her? What kind of person is she? That sort of thing.
I adored my sister. When I was little, I mean, back in Ordinary.
And you don't anymore?
When I first got here, sure. I'd always hoped she'd come too. Find me, to take me home. We went everywhere together. Why should this be any different? Casper said she could come too, to the Bureau. If she wanted to. But she never did.
Why do you think that is?
Because she didn't care about me. She always wanted to be out on her own, seeing the world. She always said so. Guess she got what she wanted.
Great. So, she wanted to see the world. Did she ever mention any place in particular?
Why?
We like to ask questions around here, if you know that. Any particular cities, towns, landmarks, anything like that?
I don't remember.
What about family friends? Were you close with anyone living outside of Ordinary?
I'm done with this. Tell Casper I want pizza for lunch today.
Dylan, wait. We're not... End of session.
Just living in a cell, being interviewed every day sounds like it would drive anyone insane. Because if you have, I don't know, weird magical possession powers going on, which probably is not necessarily a stabilizing factor. Nope, I'm good. Oh, okay. Is all that is in that room just a single upgrade box? Because that's sad. I know, maybe none of them, a lot of the like high level security doors have been like that, but I don't know, make it more interesting than just 500 units of. I make sure I don't fuck this up. 500 units of There's walking in front of the mic, but not the webcam this time. 500 units of crafting juice or whatever. No, Trisha, no, that's not a good place for you. I'm sorry. Here. Why don't you be on my lap there? Isn't that better? Just trying to lay like between my right arm and the tablet I'm using as a third monitor, which is just not a comfortable position for me. Oh, I should, yeah. You. I imagine you can't climb that high. And I guess you can at least 6, but maybe that's just Dylan's floor. Or no, Dylan's. Okay, so that's sure. So I guess maybe I can get up there, but not necessarily from where I am now. Seems like that's some sort of special floor. And then all the stuff up there is just like set dressing that you can't actually get to, I imagine. Anyway, floor 4. We'll find him eventually. Interesting. Okay, so I guess that's a set you can only get to once you've got that power, which is a nice wrinkle.
Keep your eyes open.
Hey, what can I do?
Oh, you're back. Oh, thank you, thank you. If I look away, I don't know what this thing will do. You have to get me out of here. The door can only be opened by the Panopticon supervisor. That's Langston, if he's still around.
He is.
Langston. Yeah, I know him. I'll go ask him how to get you out.
Please hurry. My eyes, they can't.
Hey, calm down. Just focus. What's your name?
Focus. Right. My name's Philip, and I think I can hold on for a bit. It's just my eyes. My eyes hurt so much.
Just hang on, Philip.
I assume he's gonna fuck it up at some point in this, like, shuffle back and forth. Like, oh, that's putting it too much on him. Like, this is an impossible task to sit there staring at a fridge for infinity time. But I guess I'm interested to see if I'm wrong, but that feels like where this is driving to. Is just you come back and he has looked away and the fridge becomes a monster and has killed him. And then you deal with the fridge that is now a monster. Trisha is once again walked across my desk to go do something else. Wrong way. Okay. I guess that's what happens when you're in an unmapped area, which has not happened before. Okay, so it actually probably is a floor down or so. I've been on this floor before. No, but it seems like there's nothing here, which, sure, fine. They don't have to have something interesting. I'm not that picky. There's probably more defined around that room.
No. Why?
There's someone named Philip up in a cell. He's watching a refrigerator and very rapidly losing it.
Philip? Oh shit, I forgot about fridge duty. He's been in there for over a day. I totally
Jesus
forgot.
Christ.
You forgot about him?
There's a lot going on. The hiss, the Benikoff TV.
The TV solved just
Consider
help
the
me.
number of things I'm juggling, ma'am. I think it's.
Listen, it's fine. We just need to get him out of there. He said you'd be able to open the cell door?
Yeah, I can unlock it on my terminal. There. Done. Door open. But Philip can't just leave. The fridge is behaving erratically. Ocular contact is the only thing that seems to placate it. If we don't have someone in there watching it 24/7, people will die.
I'll figure something out. I'm pretty good with these things.
Being pretty good with altered items isn't standard bureau procedure, ma'am.
He doesn't know us very well.
I'm also pretty sure that, like, there
you
is
later.
not standard procedure for a lot of this stuff. Like, at least in the science department, their whole thing was, like, there are no standard procedures. We are inventing new ground daily. Oh, well, rip. It's like these guys, like, no, we've got standard procedures about the jail stuff. It's like, I don't really believe you, but sure, you can say that if you want. I'm so happy at I need to watch the whole, or not the whole thing probably, but at least good chunks of this VOD later to see the tracking from not first person perspective, but
Jesse?
I'm back. I'm coming in.
I just need to finish that thought or it's going to kill me. I am already happy to see that the tracking is working with what I can see from just glancing over quickly, and also Aurora talking about it earlier.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Jesse? The fridge is doing something!
Well. Who could have seen this coming?
If I look away, it hurts me.
This is the same fridge that, like, killed a child, right?
This sounds like the board, but I can't understand it.
Fuck?
Wait, there's no Black Pyramid here.
I forgot that it had one-hit kills turned on.
The fridge seems fixed.
Well, I'm good, so.
Did fighting that thing off change something?
So that fridge was under the influence of a different outer god than the board is. Can't torment anyone if Aurora's gone to bed. That's annoying. Elden Ring is the reference for anyone who stumbles upon this VOD and doesn't know what I was referencing and wants to know. I'll have to link it and then I'll call it. Also, I'm glad I did an unintentional death warp there. That's very funny. I think I remember hearing the fridge fight was one people hated, or it's possible I'm mixing it up with a different fight. Which, I don't know, it's funny to just... I had like a vague intention of not opting out of boss fights as much, but considering that the thing that made me like upset enough about the difficulty in past that I opted to not deal with the combat this time around was specifically the Jesus, the first boss fight. So I guess I don't feel that bad about ignoring other boss fights in the same way, because I think they might just be not the thing I'm like kind of like trying to assume, which is, oh, the boss fights are just the boss fights are a better instance of ordinary combat, but instead the opposite, that the boss fights are like the worst example of the combat this game offers, which unfortunate, I guess, if that is the case, but I think it might be based on at least some of the data points I have.
How'd it go? Where's Philip?
Philip's gone. Something happened before I could get him out.
Poor Philip. He never did like fridge duty. But if you're here, then who's watching the fridge?
The fridge is fine now. I took care of it.
You don't just take care of altered items. What did you do?
I touched it and wound up in the astral plane. This thing was in there. It was huge, had one big eye. Wasn't friendly.
We've been getting reports from the astronauts lately about something fitting that description. The astral plane is usually connected to our world through objects of power, not altered items. If this thing is linking itself to altered items, then it's clearly powerful. This may happen again.
Do you think that thing is what got Philip?
Must have been. The Panopticon is a dangerous place. The agents all know the risks.
Sure, man.
But, since you're some sort of altered item whisperer, I've got a list of others for you to corral. The Hiss are causing containment breaches left, right, and center. Here, start with these. I'll see if there are any others missing while you're gone.
I'm gonna wrap, but I need to wrangle Trisha out of the way of the camera for a little bit longer. No! Lay down! I'm about to close the stream, Trisha, and then you can get attention.
I'll be here, like always.
Oh, so these are drone agents to me. Their vibes are fully drone-coded to me, and they have drone-like behavior. But they seem to be enjoying themselves, so I don't worry about them. I'm gonna wrap. I'm gonna get the chat downloaded tonight, like I said, and attempt to upload a the locals for this in the previous stream, and have somewhat hope I'll get it done tonight, or at least tomorrow, but we'll see. And I have intentions to get the chat. I'm holding onto the chat logs. I'm holding onto renders of the chat logs. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them. I have a vague intention of making an alternate stream layout that pulls the frame in closer and shrinks the video, and then uses the extra space past that to hold a render of the chat that I can then put up. And I guess it's also possible I could just upload larger video, because I have access to video editing tools, just use some of the extra space of that to render the chat. But I'll think about it. No promises. I have the intention, but I'm not sure if I'll deliver on having 2 uploads of every stream, because Google can afford the storage, and having one be what you're seeing now, just in my local quality, which is currently 1080. Might pop that back up higher once I figure out some stuff. And then I can have a separate one that is with chat, and that'll just be, either smaller game footage, more border and chat, or larger overall, same size game footage, and has a chat on it. But I'll figure that out. Thanks to everyone who dropped by. I've not been looking at Twitch itself at any point in this, so if people have been viewing but not chatting, I have not seen you, but I appreciate you all the same. All the people who dropped by who I did talk to in chat, thank you. And yeah, I don't know how often I'll be doing this, but want to get at least no less frequently than monthly villainous stream sessions, but at least ideally something like weekly, which is used to be my habit when I was doing this more regularly. But yeah, really happy with all the stuff, and how it's come together, and I'll be back at it at some point. Bye.